Hello everyone, this is Dr. Aeronautics. We are in Mulkiteo, Washington. This is the second installment of the eastbound Cascades ride. We're going to go all the way out to Wenatchee, hopefully. And we'll head down to the train line and see the train that we're going to be driving. The major difference between this episode and the last one is that I'm going to actually be speaking. If you'd prefer to not hear me, but you'd still like to see the trip, then I suggest the last video in which I don't comment. And speaking of my comments, I don't have much familiarity with the area, so if I mispronounce any names, please kindly correct me, as that's the only way that I learn. The other major difference is, as you can see, the sun is lower. It's actually 3 o'clock in the winter, and it's going to take about 4.5 hours to get out to Wenatchee. So that's going to mean we're going to hit sunset, if we time it right, just about at the western portal to the Cascade Tunnel. We've got two GP38-2s hauling a consist of 21 freight cars. A very high loading, probably more so than most railroads would allow, but as the weather's good, we know we can make it across. So we'll just go ahead and start right up. Okay, we're running now, as you can clearly hear. So I have a rail driver this time, which means that my constant zooming in and flipping the switches hopefully won't happen as often. GP38-2 has a notch throttle and rail driver does not, which means occasionally I will have to make various corrections if I want a particular power setting. So the last episode was done in a Quickdrive, and we ran into a glitch that caused a train to basically face us down at a red signal, and we had to stop at Kashmir. This time I've created a free roam scenario, and hopefully set all the switches right to get to Wenatchee without any manual intervention. Of course, there's no traffic, so we are alone on this trip. This kind of a trip will be unprecedented too, because we're basically not stopping for anything at any sidings. It's as if the Boeing CEO said, you know what, just get this load of parts and other random stuff over the Cascades just for the heck of it. And then we say, okay, and then there's no one else around. So this is the only time I'm really going to use the heads-up display. I might use it for time in the future, but as with the last episode, I'm going to make this a blind trip. So I'm going to be paying attention to all the trackside limits, which includes, I don't know what the current speed limit is, so we are going to be starting off at 15 miles an hour until we pick something up. That's for that reason, and besides, it's also scenic, and I want to make Puget Sound last as long as it does. That being said, we are ready to go. And that's me not holding the rail driver properly. as you can see, it's full day. When we arrive at Wenatchee, it will be very near full night. And the really neat thing about this trip is the extremes. You know, Puget Sound is tidal. This connects with the ocean. So we're about 10 feet above sea level. We're going to climb all the way up to about 3,000 feet. Pass under land that goes up to about 6,000 feet. And we have about an average precipitation in this area of a reasonable 35 inches per year, which will eventually climb to 120 inches per year, which is very rainforest-like. And we will finish in an arid steppe, averaging about 10 inches of rain per year. So we should see quite a lot of extremes. For anyone who's curious, the Japanese Gulch track up to the Boeing Everett facility, the largest building in the world, is actually just beyond where we started from. That's it pretty much right there at the junction. And it goes all the way up at a 4.5% grade. Periodically, I'm going to be taking pictures because, I mean, seriously, who can resist this? Okay, so these are mileposts that count out of Seattle. We're 30 miles from Seattle, and they will switch over in about a mile when we reach Everett Junction, from miles from Seattle to miles from Chicago. Correction. Miles from Minneapolis, St. Paul. So we're just about 1 mile up from the Everett shipyards. Also, a fair warning to everyone that I love getting sunset images and videos. So there's going to be a lot of times when I will try to find the sun like this and try to image it. Where the heck is it even? I guess it's behind those clouds. So expect to see a lot of that. And all this in here is within the tidal range. See, all this stuff gets washed in when the tide comes up. It's only really where the grass starts where the actual high tide mark is, which is pretty cool because it shows you how darn close we are to sea level, basically. And about 2 hours from now, we'll be anything but. Guess we really should have our headlight on. If it starts to lower my FPS, though, I'll have to turn it off again. That was the original reason for not turning it on. Because it can lower my frame rate quite a bit. Need that mile marker. 31. Okay. So we're basically there. Aren't these forests just beautiful? Wait till we get out to Skykomish. That's going to be a passenger ferry. Okay, so we're coming up to Haworth Waterfront Park, and we're going to switch over to, you know, I don't know if this is the number one. Actually, it's not going to be the number one or the number two. We're going to switch over to the Everett line. Whereas if we continued straight, we'd end up either in Delta Yard or up to Delta Junction, which is a way to get to Canada. And yes, I know we're going very slow right now, but just have a little patience. We're going to be going fast in no time. Alright, so, Haworth Waterfront Park. There's a nice little trail here that people can use to access the park. Runs through the forest. Literally through the forest. You come across a pedestrian bridge, climb down a staircase, and you are now waterfront Puget Sound. I just love this blue color. It's almost like aviation gasoline in the way that it kind of has the same blue coloring to it. But no, this is a combination of salt and glacial deposits making it do that. And also because of the sky. Okay, here we go. So as soon as the rear of the train passes that sign, we're going to go to 25. They've got a aircraft carrier out there in Everett, but I can't quite read its number from here. Okay, as the sign says, Everett Junction, we're going to have a milepost reset now. Don't worry, that 15 isn't for us. It's for the track to my left. And yes, I realize that looking out the cab is technically cheating on the signs, but I'm not that pro, at least not yet. Alright, let's pick up some speed. Got all sorts of container ships out here coming in from all over the place. Mainly Asia, though. Got all sorts of Boeing parts, too, that get delivered by way of the water. And they have to use the trains to actually get up to the Boeing Everett facility, because it's quite high up. There's no way to simply truck it in. Okay, and this should, yes, this is our very first milepost that is counting miles from Minneapolis, excuse me. 1,784, and they will start to count down with the exception of the western portal of the Cascade Tunnel, where we'll jump from 1724 to 1708. And this used to be the old Everett Station. It's now the, I believe it's the Rail Operations Control Center for the Scenic Subdivision, which we're entering right now. Speaking of entering, we're about to head into the Broadway Street Tunnel. And we go under downtown Everett here. Also, say goodbye to the Puget Sound, because what we see now, that's the end of it. That's it for tunnels for a long time. Okay, going through Broadway interlocking now. As soon as we take the right turn, we'll be going past the new Everett Amtrak station. there are two services that use this Amtrak station. One is the Amtrak's Empire Builder, which is the long-distance train route with sleepers from Chicago all the way to Seattle and Portland, with a split in Spokane, as well as the Sounder Commuter, which travels from Seattle up to the northern suburbs, including Everett. Okay, this is Pacific Junction, so we're going to finally start to head out of Everett and be able to look out across the countryside, and if it's a clear day with good visibility, we just might be able to see the Cascade Range. And now we're going to start to be able to go faster. So just after running into the Puget Sound, the Snohomish River is, and its estuary rather, is out there. And look at that, it's a clear day. Let's get the head out. That would be the Cascades. We're heading for just about right there. Good viewing day. And one interesting note about driving the train, it is so flat between, or at least the track bed. Obviously the land is not flat, at least not now. We're going to head out over the Snohomish River Plains. There's probably a better name for that I can't remember right now, but the track bed is so smooth and so level that if I do it right, I shouldn't need any more than notch 3 until we get all the way out to Gold Bar, where everything changes in a heartbeat. So we should be able to go the next 30 miles without even needing more than notch 3 of power to reach the speed limit. And if I'm as good on speed management, we shouldn't need the brakes either. That is most likely a gas line. Not sure where it goes to. But I would not be surprised if it has something to do with Boeing. Okay, now it's really off to the races. And this is what I'm talking about, the plains. This is a tributary of the Snohomish River, still on this side here. We'll be crossing the actual Snohomish very shortly when we get out to the town of Snohomish. The closer we get, obviously, the more of the Cascades we'll see and the bigger they will loom. Also, a note for you geography buffs or whoever lives here. I'm looking southeast. What's missing here? I'll give you a hint. It kind of looks a little bit like this triangle. The answer is Mount Rainier. Unfortunately, it's not simulated, and it should be. It would be showing up very bold where we are right now. Where's my son at? There it is. Just missed it. It looked like a 1770 something, which should mean we're within 4 miles of Snohomish. In the summer, this is all beautiful. It's emerald green. Everything. Everything. Literally everything out to the Cascade Tunnel is emerald green. Except for the sky, which is like aquamarine. And the water too. Alright, let's see who we have here. 1777. Okay, so we are 2 miles west of Snohomish. One thing that absolutely amazes me is the fact that we're about 40 miles from one of the nation's largest cities, Seattle, and the track is 1 wide. And we're going up into a major mountain range where there's only 2 or 3 tracks that go over it. So all the traffic has to pass through either this line or the one in Portland or one near Snoqualmie Pass. So it just amazes me that we can get away with 1 track here. There's a number in the U.S. history, 1776. I think it's also one of Pittsburgh's lucky numbers as well, if I remember my history correctly. Whoops, don't want to go to notch 3. Although very shortly I will be able to. Or not. Okay, forget it. I saw a 45. You can actually get up on this bridge in the simulation. You can go all the way out there, and they have a couple lumber mills, as you can see. Okay, as promised, here is the Snohomish River, which will be following its tributaries all the way up to the Cascade Tunnel. Gorgeous. Alright, now I want notch 3. Okay, we're now 20 miles from the point of everything changing from plains to steep mountain pass. And if you haven't been in this area or watched any of my videos that include this, it's very fast. At 40 miles an hour, the transformation happens within about 2 minutes. And it's announced at a point where the track goes from about 0.5% to 1%, as well as me needing more than notch 3. That's how you know you hit it. I can't imagine what this has to look like in real life. It's like your window becomes a painting. Keeping track of where the sun descends. So let's see, 1541. One of the things that I obsess with on a lot of long train trips and train simulator drives is the sunset times. So, as you can probably tell, I'm a fan of the stars. I like to know when they're visible and not visible. So I track the following times. End of full day, which is when the sky turns from kind of its normal blue-white to kind of a yellow-white, and then starts to go through sunset. And then in Train Simulator, generally the sun is much larger than it is in real life. So when you have actual sunset, let's see if I can actually drop off here. The sun is several minutes wide. In fact, it's probably like 2 degrees wide. So it takes about 5 to 10 minutes for the entire sun to sink. So I get 3 times from sunset: top sun, center sun, and bottom sun, which basically makes sense. Top sun is when the lower limb of the sun disappears. Center sun is when basically half the sun has disappeared. And bottom sun is when the upper limb of the sun has disappeared. Then you've got the twilights. You've got the end of civil twilight, the end of nautical twilight, and once you've hit the end of astronomical twilight, you're in full night. Unless the moon is up, in which case you're technically still in astronomical twilight. And then when the moon sets, you're really in full night. Now, interestingly enough, the Cascades are not as dark as you would think they are. Normally you'd think, oh, because it's a mountain range, oh, it has to be pitch black. No one lives out there. And yeah, that's true. No one does live out there. You'll see we'll go like an hour where we don't even blow the horn for any grade crossings because there's literally no roads out there. However, one thing to note is that we're actually about 60 miles from Seattle. Seattle's a very big city with a lot of bright lights. And that light encroaches into the Cascades. So folks, if you have to stop at a stoplight like that, be very, very careful about where you stop your car. Like that guy, do not pull across to the track. Now, generally, when you get lights like that, they'll actually set the lights with the train. So they'll set it to turn green when the crossing lights come down. That way, if people make it across the crossing, they're not stuck at the light. Okay, so off to our right is going to be Lord Hill and Bald Hill. There's a regional park out there. And this is where the Snohomish River splits up. It's going to split up to the... getting a little bit distracted. Also, I'm going to turn the light off because I don't like the frame rate right now. It's splitting up into the Snoqualmie, I believe. Yes. I've got fly memory right now. Snoqualmie and the Skykomish. And we're going to follow the Skykomish, which I believe is larger than the Snoqualmie. And next up, we should be coming into Monroe. actually here right now. This is Monroe. I think they've got a lot of dairy processing facilities here in Monroe. Okay, up ahead, that Sawtooth Mountain just slightly to the left is Mount Index. It's where everything starts to get real. And it's also made of granite, and it's a exhumed pluton that was at one time at the basement of a very large volcano like Mount Rainier. It was the magma chamber of a huge mountain. And for whatever reason, the volcano went extinct, the magma chamber froze, the land was eroded because it wasn't being created by new volcanoes. And so what have you got when your volcano hardens up? You've got erosion, and the erosion leaves, and because there's no weight on top of the rocks, there's the newly split up Skycomish River. And man, the blue just gets more intense. Without the extra weight, you get isostatic rebound, the rock lifts up again, and you've got new mountains. Oh, that kind of looks a little bit like Mount Rainier if it were about 20 times further away, 20 times higher, and covered in lots of glaciers. It would be about where that mound is right now. Actually, I think I know that mound. That's High Rock, I believe. Debating on what time I want to use as the end of full day time. I'm trying to figure out, is the sky changing color? Well, I guess what I'm going to do is figure this out while I'm editing. So far, the time that I've written down is 15:41, but if I review the footage and find out that it's no redder now than it was at 15:41, then I'm going to review the footage for the time the sky actually starts to change color. Alright, starting to get a little bit curvy. The track is less straight from here on out, but still nice and level all the way out to Gold Bar. So the next waypoint is Sultan at 1761, and at 1765 we are 4 miles to the west. Whoa, car just disappeared. And it looks like we might be starting to lose the sun in the mountains. Oh no, there it is. That looks extremely ominous. And I see Sultan up ahead. So, why am I doing 4 eastbound trips without a westbound trips? The major reason is distractions. I am easily distracted on the west side of the Cascade tunnel. So by going up, it's a lot easier just to set your power and then forget about it. And come down with dynamics. which you have to use varying degrees of on the way down. I'm not quite as distracted on the east side because it's a lot more barren than on the west side. Okay, we have just passed through Salton. I can definitely, without a doubt, tell that the sky color has changed now. Okay, 4.5 miles to Gold Bar, where everything changes. Just crossed the Salton River. And the Skycomish will basically fork and fork until there's basically nothing left. That's how it works when you enter a relatively new area that's volcanic. So it'll work that way in the Cascades, but not the Appalachians. In the Appalachians, the rivers there are so ancient they don't care. They'll just go right. They'll just cut right through the mountains because they were there way before the mountains were there. And the reason that's not the case is because the mountains here are actually the creation of the land. This area is what geologists refer to as exotic terrains, which means basically land that was formulated in volcanic arcs off the coast and then smashed on or appended to the west side of Washington, kind of like you're building a sideways wedding cake or a train. You know, you just keep on coupling another one on and then couple another one on. So the mountains were basically part of how the area grew up and began existing. So the rivers came second. Oh yeah, the day is getting on now. So that river we just crossed is the Wallace River, and that means around this corner should be Gold Bar. And here we are. And now this is where things change completely. Our handicap of following the Skykomish River has run out, and now the tracks have to climb. We're only about 200 feet up, and we're going to climb to about 2,800 feet. So that kind of gives you an idea that whatever elevation we've gained, it's nothing. So as you might have, missing texture. That's not good. I'm going to have to reinstall the route. As you might have guessed, Gold Bar was named for a bar in the Skykomish River that contained gold. Hence the name Gold Bar. Yeah, it definitely is not full day anymore. That's the last I'm going to mention that. And there it goes. Skykomish River starting to climb. You can't put any boats in the river upstream of here. Gets too crazy. Unless you've got whitewater rapids for like class 4 and 5. Alright guys, this is it. Here we go. Going up. Remember what I said about how quickly it happens? Magic. Okay, next checkpoint is the town of Index, which is exactly 10 miles away. The fun there involves a loop. Well, it's technically a horseshoe curve, but it's like a 240-degree horseshoe curve. And a waterfall. Oh yeah, and Mount Index, which should be able to spot. Also, remember how I mentioned that we would climb in the precipitation values? Well, we started at 35 inches per year, and now we have doubled, and the average rain per year is 70 inches, enough to be considered a temperate rainforest. If you'll note, we've had a change in foliage from deciduous trees to evergreen trees, and very large evergreen trees. These... the heck? These are western red cedar as well as Douglas fir, and I think some of them are... oh man, what's the third major one? I forget what the third major one is. I think it's a type of fir, though. It's like a western... yeah, I can't think of it. And though I could go a little bit faster here, I'm not going to, because I feel like it unnecessarily stresses the engine. And like I said, this is an area that I like to be in for a longer period of time. So I'm going to wait until we need to use the power. So I'm fine climbing up at notch 6 for the time being, until we get to index, and then if we need it at index, we'll add in notch 7. Gives us an opportunity to look around a little bit. My rail driver's acting a little bit funky. Look at how steep that slope is. Crossing the Skycomish again. Hopefully we'll be able to give the engine a little bit of a rest shortly. Also, I'm going to check on the sun because it's a little bit darker than I was expecting. It's still up. Ah, there we go. Right there. Okay. Yeah, we got time. We've also got the ability to give the engine a nice little rest now. I think this has to be my favorite mountain pass, although I'd say the Feather River is definitely a close second place. Back in sunlight. Going up at about a 1.7% grade here. Now, I would like to see a milepost so I can figure out where I am. Oh, I know where I am. I'm in Index. Well, that was good timing. Yeah, so this is the loop right here, or horseshoe curve, whatever you want to call it. So basically the land's rising too fast, and we're going to have to turn back again. because it's just not working out for us. And then once we've gained up a little bit more elevation, we'll turn back to the east again. Unfortunately, the dragging equipment detectors only work in actual scenarios. You'll hear something like BNSF detector, milepost 1746.0, no defects, axle count. Let's see, we got 23 cars and 4 axles a pop. 9-2 detector out. That's kind of what it would sound like. All right, we're turning back west or east again, rather. We're going to keep our eyes peeled for a waterfall on the right side. All right, here we go. Sunset Falls. All right, so next major stopping point is Berne, which should be about 5 miles east of us now. Man, oh man. Now that's a picture. Looked like my snow cone the other day. Alright, 43. Berne is at 39. So 4 miles now. One advantage too that I get in not going all the way up to the speed limit is you have longer visibility time when the gradient levels before you start exceeding the speed limit. So you get a little bit of warning. Hey, your speed's popping up. Like, okay, control it before you get all the way up above it. Here's another good picture. Winter rainbow. You've got green, you've got blue, you've got red, you've got yellow, and you've got white. Turn these back on again. Oh, we must have just come back into the sunlight again. Oh, yep, and now we're going back in the shade. $17.41. Yay, I get to go even faster now. Okay. So we got barring siding right here. And mind you, these locations aren't like full towns. They're kind of like villages now. There's not much in the way of people. There is one town though before we get to the tunnel. Should be coming up pretty soon. Alright, let's get some extra speed before we lose it on grades again. Cool, you are not a troll. I nickname speed limit changes where they're like, you can go really fast now, and then followed by one that's like, okay, you'd have to slow down now, isn't a troll. Because it makes you think that you're about to go really fast, and you're not. The biggest example of that is on the Vestfold line, or Vestfoldbahn, which I have shown in the VBSR video. And I need to get back to driving that route again, because it's really beautiful. And basically, you're in like a neighborhood doing 80 kilometers an hour, and then all of a sudden there's two tracks, and the tunnels are shaped all sleek-like, and the speed limit is 200 kilometers per hour. Wow! And then there's a station called Sande, which is halfway between the beginning of the 200 kilometer per hour zone and the end of the 200 kilometer per hour zone. So it's like, slow down. Okay, now I've stopped. Okay, 200 kilometers an hour. Let's go. And then, oh no, here's an 80. Slow down again. And the tracks go back to 1, and the tunnels go back to old rock hewn tunnels. And like, yay, that was the end of that, and that was fun while it lasted. So that's an example of that's a personal name for them, what I call trolling speed limits. It's a slow, then a fast and immediate slow again. Okay, we're 6 miles from the next town, which is a town, and it's the town of Skykomish. It's where the Skykomish River forms. Now, it's not the source of the river. In Skykomish, the river kind of splits 3 ways. It splits into the Becker River, and then it splits into the Tai River, and it splits into the Foss River, all at once. And the Tai River carries the most water out of all of them, at least per the USGS website. Wikipedia disagrees, but no offense to Wikipedia, I'm going to trust the .gov website because it's by the EPA. You can bet that all that stuff is going to be very carefully monitored. We're 5 miles out from Skykomish right now. Man, love these skies. I'm so glad that I did the I decided to make this a free roam, and so far we haven't had any problems with the track. Hopefully I haven't just jinxed it, but basically one of the limitations that you have in Quickdrive. All right, this one's going to tell us to slow down. One of the limitations you have in a Quickdrive scenario is that you can only choose between like 4 different types of weather: clear, cloudy, rainy, snowy, and foggy. Okay, so 5. And so the issue is the route is set up by, or the route weather is simulated by these things called environmental files. And there are default environmental files that come with the game, but these default ones were made back in like when this first came out in 2013. So they've got like no shading, and they've got no fog component, and they've got minimal cloud texturing. So it looks a lot more artificial, which if you go back and watch the video of me driving this same route but during the day, and we ran into cashmere, that was a prime example of what happens when you choose a quick drive scenario. It just doesn't look as nice. Even the sunset, it stays like white. The sun turns yellow and the entire sunset is like blue and white, which, don't get me wrong, if the moisture content's low enough, you can get a few sunsets in some dry areas like maybe Nevada or Montana. But in the case of a very humid and wet area, such as this part of Washington, I expect my sunsets are going to be nice. So yeah, here's what you get with with making a free roam. When you make a free roam, you can choose a non-standard weather pattern. I chose one that came with the game. So what is it doing? It's actually coloring the sky and the sun, and it's adding in more colored distant fog, which looks really nice. Alright, we're going down to 25 miles an hour. And we're not coming back up again from it. Because, surprise, there's a second half to things get interesting. This was the first interesting part, where you go up a mountain at 40 miles an hour. The second interesting part is where you go up a mountain at a 2% grade at 20 miles an hour. And there is a much smaller Skykomish River. Looks like we're visible to the sun again. Wow, this looks good. And see, yeah, this is what you get when you set a custom weather. Beautiful. Now, if you are from this area, I do recognize that the fact that it's not raining right now is almost unbelievable, because from what I understand about this area in the winter, a day that's as clear as it is cloudy is probably as good as you're going to do for the entire winter. Because normally it's pouring rain the whole day. Every day in the winter. Because that's how this region gets... Oh yes, let's check on it again. $120 inches of rain, 10 feet of rain per year. In fact, in the entire continental United States, and possibly all of Canada, this is the highest rainfall anywhere in the lower 48 states. The only places that have higher rainfall are like Hawaii. And only one side of Hawaii. It's the side near Hilo on the Big Island. And I think they get up to like 270 inches of rain per year. So that's like 23 feet. But the rivers also don't have the opportunity to reach the size of the ones that we see in western Washington flowing into Puget Sound. man, oh man. And I'm very amazed we're here already. This is Skycomish. Amtrak stops here. All right, let's get our time real quick. 16:37. Doing good. Ooh, and that's important right there. When you are told that your train's going to go 20 miles an hour up a mountain, it's for a very good reason. Stuff is real. It's about to get realer. And yes, I realize that that's not really a word. Say it like a Power Thirst commercial. Things are about to get more real. Now, we're going to go very slow for a very long period of time, but I promise you it's worth it. We're going to literally climb up the side of a mountain. And if you look ahead, there it is, a 2% grade. Okay. So we're at 1721, and wait, no, I must have misread that. I did misread it. 1721 is where the Cascade Tunnel is, and I guess that was 1731. So we have 10 miles to go, and the only thing that's in between here and there is a bridge, the Foss River Bridge. And that's it. We are in desolation right now. %2 gradient. Say hello to Notch 7. should hold about 18 or 19 miles an hour going up the hill here. So the tracks go up over the Foss River Bridge right about there, and then they continue up. I told you we're going up the side of a mountain. They continue up right there. And then continue up the pass to the east towards the tunnel. The exact same thing that happened at Index is happening again. The landing's rising too quickly for us to catch up. So what we're doing is we're going up the valley of the Foss River to the south. We're going to do a full horseshoe turn on the Foss River Bridge, get on the east bank of the Foss River, and continue up the side of the mountain from there. So we have exactly 10 miles to go until we hit the entrance to the Cascade Tunnel. And speed limit from here on out, 20 miles an hour. Also, note our amperage. Most of the time to get up this, we've used as high as 300 amps. Now we're using 600 amps to climb. Alright, we are slowly coming around, getting close to the Foss River Bridge. I can't see the sun anymore. Maybe it's set. Trying to find our tracks on the other side of the valley here, going up the mountain. 1720 is the top. So we got 9 miles. There it is, right there. Descends the side there. And if you keep going, it'll loop all the way around to us. Here is the Foss River Bridge. We're now switching sides from the west bank to the east bank. On this side of the Foss River Bridge, the gradient strengthens again to 2.2%. And this is the stretch of the longest sustained gradient on the entire trip. One of the nice things about the gradient we're on now is basically this entire valley will reveal itself to us. If this gradient had a name, I'm sure it would be View Gradient, because over the next couple minutes we're going to climb up out of the valley in the forest onto the side of the mountain, and you'll get to see a very nice view to the west. Basically everything we've driven in for like the past 20 minutes. Seven miles to go. Here is our view. This is the last good view that we're going to get of the west. As well as, hey, we got the sun again. Nice. That's cool. Wasn't expecting that to happen. On out, we'll be heading due east. We get an eye on that sun again. It's kind of hard to tell exactly when, but I'd say we're just about there. So I'm going to call this top sunset. 1656. And I'm going to check it in a couple minutes for center sunset, and then again for bottom sunset. the views are going to be to the east. By the way, FRA 223 glazing means we have bulletproof glass. Five miles to go, we're halfway up. That's Tonga Ridge that we were looking up there. So I had mentioned that 2.2% was the steepest sustained gradient on the line. However, there are a few rock cuts towards the top that increase the gradient in pieces to over 5.0%. But it happens as excursions, not actual grades. kind of hard to tell where the sun is. Maybe I'll say that this is center sun. $17.03. Yeah, so the key will be to watch this power meter, and that'll let you know when you're getting up to steeper slopes, because the slower the train goes, the more power will be applied. We're up to 600 amps right now. Bottom sunset should be pretty easy. Assuming that the sun stays right in the valley where it is, it'll be when I can basically see directly to the sun and it doesn't cast sunlight on the train. To go. And now what will start to happen very gradually is the floor of this valley, which is still technically the headwaters of the Skycomish, is now the Ty River. And the floor of the valley will very slowly start to rise. When I say slowly, it's like a 6% gradient. and come higher and higher until it basically reaches the level of the tracks again. And we're going to cross the Thai River, I believe once or twice before the tunnel. Alright, we're getting close now. These are the rock cuts that I was talking about. So we should start to see some very high transient grades here. So if you can believe it or not, we've actually already left the highest rainfall zone. The area that we're in now receives between 80 and 100 inches, rather than all the way up at 120. Whoa. Was that it? Of the train here. I can't see it anymore. I think that was it. Sometimes there's a very abrupt change in brightness, and that can signal that you're at 1710, that you're at the bottom of sunset. And I think that's it. If I see the sun or its glow on my train again, I'm going to take that time away. And now it's really starting to get dark, so I'm going to put that on. So, I'd mentioned earlier for the train that we're going to throw it notch 7 to tackle the gradient. Now, we're on one of those excursions right now, up to about 5%. Power's climbing beyond 7,000 quickly. We're down to 13 miles an hour. So you know what? We need everything. Give me notch 8. Now we're at 900 RPM, or 900 amps. This is basically it right here. We are giving it everything. say, I love the sound difference between notch 7 and notch 8. Notch 7 kind of sounds so-so, and then all of a sudden you hit 8 and it's like... Alright, that was terrible. Okay, we're up to Scenic now, which is the passing siding before the tunnel. So we're pretty much almost there, and very shortly I'll actually be able to reduce back to notch 7. You don't need notch 8 for very long. Alright, 1 mile to go, back under 6. We should be good back to reduce to 7. Yeah, see what I'm talking about? 7's like, you know... It sounds powerful, but it's nothing compared to 8. It goes up to 8 and it's just like... There we go. That's what I was trying to do. And you can see the valley floor is coming up now. I can see the Thai River again, which is now very small. We're about 10 miles or so from its source. And that tells you we're getting pretty close to the range divide. The divide that we face at the Cascades is not a major watershed divide. It's a minor one. Both sides of the Cascade Range drain into the Pacific Ocean. The difference is the west side drains into rivers that lead into Washington, whereas the left side drains into the Columbia River. Did I say the west side? I meant the east side. The east side drains into the Columbia. The west side drains into various rivers of Washington. For us, it happens to be the Skykomish. Alright, yeah, that sun is definitely gone, so that happened a little bit earlier than I was expecting. I was expecting it to happen right about now, but the next thing that I'm going to do is put the camera out here to the Thai River and just look for when it starts to get really dark, and that'll tell me when we've gone through civil twilight, but we still got civil twilight. Yes, no sun reflection. That's proof. So yeah, bottom sunset time, definitely 1710. No taking that away now. Oh, get that milepost. 1709. Well, didn't I say 1710? What's going on? I have it wrong in my guide. Now's a good opportunity to fix that. Alright, so we're getting up to 20, which is our speed limit. so I can further reduce to 6. This is the first grade crossing in a very long time. Alright, we picked up even more speed. So, this is Cowboy Mountain. Stevens Pass is over there. The interesting thing is we don't go through Stevens Pass, we go under it. And if I look down a little bit more... Oh no, voice cracks. If I look down a little bit more, you will see the west portal to the Cascade Tunnel. And we'll be underground for the next 15 minutes plus. We're getting close, but still no Civil Twilight ending. Alright, so this is Tunnel, I believe it's Tunnel Hill Creek. It splits off from the Ty River, which is now even smaller. We're maybe 7 miles from the headwaters. And we're going in. (41,152 feet long. And now this is what you call real night. It's night out. And in about 2 minutes we'll be 3,000 feet underground. Kind of reminds me to one of the missions on Volume 4 of World of Subways, where there's like this one scenario where all the lights go out in the station, and the descriptor that the engineer used was the tunnels are as black as night. And I'm thinking to myself, oh good, you know what that means? I'll be able to say silhouettes, because worst case scenario, if there's absolutely no light pollution, you're in like, I don't know, northern Canada or something, or in the middle of the Amazon rainforest, or in the middle of the ocean, Bortle class 1 or even 0 skies means that you're gonna see silhouettes. So like, yay, I can actually see. So in a case where lights in a subway turn off, I would not say black as night. I would say black as cavern. Yeah. That's what we're talking about. And that's scary. That's like when it's dark to the point where you can open and shut your eyelids repeatedly and you don't notice anything. I guess I should explain about what these markers are on the side of the tunnel. It might be confusing because, you know, they started at 21 and now they're counting down. So what is that? Is that, you know, mileposts? Is that hundreds of feet? Turns out it's neither. We're counting down to number 1, which is just before the east portal. Basically what these things are is they're locations of equipment lockers with emergency equipment. Because there aren't any shafts that lead to the surface, basically you have to be able to you have to be prepared to get trapped in this tunnel for some time, because there's not really any way out other than the east portal and the west portal. So that's what those equipment lockers are for. They're not spaced evenly, and there's 21 of them. So, you know, when we've hit number 10, we're about halfway through, but not exactly, because you can see the space between 17 and 16 is quite long. That's an example of how these are uneven. Well, so far I'm very happy with the way our free roam scenario has turned out. It actually feels like Quickdrive. It's been so good so far. The only way I can tell for sure that it's not Quickdrive is because there's no other trains that we're passing. But if I wanted to, I could even stick them in. They just wouldn't be moving. They'd be still stationary. But yeah, other than that, I'm very happy with the way things have turned out. Looks really cool looking over there and seeing like that one light. is everything. For that matter, where's my voice? Okay, so right about now, we're going under Big Chief Mountain. And this is basically just to the north of Big Chief Mountain is the divide and the source of the Tai River. So at this point, for as far as the surface is concerned, this would be going over the pass. However, we're going to continue to climb up to the east portal because we've got a tunnel, which means one of the two sides has to be higher if you want the tunnel not to be super long and also limit the gradients. Alright, so we're about halfway through the tunnel now. And very shortly we'll actually be passing underneath a creek. Mill Creek, which feeds into Stevens Creek. Which I believe eventually flows into the Wenatchee River, which flows into, or wait, it might be Nancy Creek, and then eventually it all reaches the Columbia. Or as I like to call it, the Great River of the West. Because I'm pretty sure it's the second, or rather the second largest river that flows into the Pacific is 10 times smaller. At least ones that flow directly into the Pacific, because I think the Colorado isn't 10 times smaller, but it flows into the Gulf of California before into the Pacific. It really annoys me that basically everything in Alaska is declared to that flows north rather, is declared to enter the Bering Sea, which annoys me because it's kind of like an artificial name. There's nothing that precludes it from being the Arctic Ocean, because there's no landmass north of Barrow. It's just open ocean, and I'm pretty sure it drops off the continental shelf pretty quickly too. So I'm not sure why they do that. But yeah, just looking at a list of rivers, what's funny is if I sort it by discharge, the Snake River, which itself is a tributary of the Columbia, comes up before before you get any actual rivers going into the Pacific. That's hilarious. Wow. Okay. Huh. I'm looking for it. I'm looking for the second largest river that flows into the Pacific Ocean. This is funny. So the Green River, which flows into the Colorado River, has a discharge of, it looks like 6,100 cubic feet per second. But the actual Colorado River has a discharge of 1,400 feet per second. And I'm guessing that's a combination of evaporation as well as taking water for Los Angeles, San Diego, Tijuana, and basically whatever else is in western Mexico. Hello? Doesn't anything drain in? I guess it's listed by main stem length. Let me try looking up the Klamath River, because I'm pretty sure that's second to the, yeah, here we go. By average discharge, it's the second largest river. Oh, no, after the Sacramento River. Okay. So then the Sacramento, I'm guessing, is the largest, other than the Columbia. There we go. Following the Columbia River, the Sacramento is the largest river by discharge. Okay. So it looks like the Sacramento River discharges 28,000 cubic feet per second. And the Columbia discharges 273,000 feet per second. So yeah, just about 10 times. It's like 9.9 times as much. All right, so we're getting close to the eastern portal now, and you might be able to tell now because it's night, but there is a door that is shut across the tracks right now for the purposes of ventilation. And we need to be prepared to bring the train to a stop before we reach that door. There was actually an accident in which the door didn't open and the train wasn't prepared to stop, and the train burst through the door, and it didn't injure anyone or damage the train significantly, but obviously that shut the line down for a matter of hours. This is the only way that Western Washington can get to the east directly, other than by going up the the Columbia River Plateau. No, it's the gorge, Columbia River Gorge. And the reason they have to shut a door across the tracks is so that they can suck all the air, which is now full of diesel fumes. We've been climbing for 8 hours 8 miles rather, at Notch 5. And all the air rising up off of the stack of our train has been going in front of us. So that fan has been needed to suck all the air away into a vent. Because obviously fans can't do enough if you can't put them on the actual opening. So what they have to do is basically shut the door and then suck the air through a different means. Okay, now you should be able to see the door. I don't want notch 0, I want notch 1. Okay, there it goes. We are good. Alright, green signal. And I'm going to only bring it to notch 2. If I need to, I'll go to notch 3. But, This is the summit. We're now at about 2,800 feet. And I don't want to go over the hill with too much speed because very shortly we're going to be using tons of braking. Yeah, interestingly enough, everything looks about the same as when we went in. I still don't think I would call this Civil Twilight. Now you can hear the fans running. I see the speed going up. So that's it. The train is basically going over the top now, and speed went up again. I'm now idle. And this is where I'm going to start testing out Rail Driver's dynamic brake capability. And as we start to go down, the rainfall average numbers will start dropping. Right now we're at about 70 inches per year. And by the time we finish this trip, it'll be 7 times lower than that. All right, we're going faster. I'm moving the dynamic brake into setup. That is a noise we're going to hear for a very long time. All right, picking up speed, going to B2. And more speed, more brake. So I'm in B3. We seem to be holding at B3. So as I mentioned earlier, oh no, we're going up again, B4. As I mentioned a couple minutes ago, we've had a milepost discontinuity, which has happened because of the building of the tunnel. There used to be an old tunnel. This is US 2 right here. There used to be an old tunnel that existed, and we're picking up more speed. And when they built the new Cascade Tunnel, it basically screwed up all the mileposts. Alright, we're at full brake now. So there's a shift of about 11 miles from 1719 to 1708 that happens at the west portal of the Cascade Tunnel. So the east portal is at 1700, and we are at Berne, which is 1698. Okay, we're not holding it, so I'm going to start bringing in the air brakes. mile on the other side now. Yeah, I'm starting to get ready to call this, yeah, I'll call it the end of Civil Twilight right now. $17.50. Has really 40 minutes gone by since sunset? Holy cow. So the trick here where the dynamics can't keep up is, but the air brakes are too much at minimum reduction, means you go from, let's see, you accelerate slowly in full dynamics, no air, and then you brake slowly in minimum dynamics and minimum air brakes. So I'm now on the point where I've got full dynamics, and we're going to slowly let that speed build until it can't go anymore when we reach the speed limit of 25. And then we're going to go minimum dynamics. Well, first we're going to have to put the brake on, put the air brakes on, and then as soon as we got pressure, bring the dynamics to minimum. And that's how we're going to have to manage it going down the hill. And we're only going to descend to about 1,500 feet. We're not obviously going all the way to sea level because now we're on the Columbia River Plateau, or we're going to be descending to it. Alright, we've reached the speed limit, going to minimum reduction, and we're going to take the brakes out now in steps. There we go. Oh, didn't want to do that. But it looks like we're still decelerating. I just learned that there was a stabbing at Washington Union Station. Whoa! We just derailed. What the heck happened? I've got no idea. It looks like we were at 18 miles an hour when we derailed. Had a clear signal. So we were... Alright, we were doing 18 with a speed limit of 25. It looks like the second engine derailed. Well, this is annoying, but I don't think it's any fault of our own. Not really anything we can do about it. Looks like I don't have control of the train anymore, unfortunately. Yeah, that was really weird. I'm going to say that was due to track conditions. You know, it's just one of those times that, you know, you just are in the wrong place at the wrong time and you're doing everything right, and then suddenly the track decides to give way. So there you go. That was like the first legitimate derailment that I've ever encountered in a train simulator where it's actually not my fault. And, you know, we're not going over a switch or anything. It just, for whatever reason, it came off the rails. So I'm going to see if we can set up with another train at a Quickdrive. Let's just get our time real quick. I can't get the time. I just put down 1750, so let's see if we can start up from Berne at 1800 with a train in a Quickdrive, and we'll see what we can do. Good news, guys. Due to the magic of BNSF, we are at the east portal of the Cascade Tunnel, which is exactly where I wanted to be. And we're heading eastbound once again. Wow, they really put us at the absolute... I think they parked the train literally at the top of the hill. Yeah, they did. So that's crazy. The train was on the gravitational balance point of the pass. Meaning, like, a group of people could push the train at the back and it would go off the mountain. Maybe not at the exact balance point. I see I'm still losing speed. Alright, we're going to need a little bit more diesel to get over the edge here. Alright, this is a good time to explain what I was talking about with quick drives in standard weather. Check out the sky. So it's now completely different from how it was earlier. And that is indicative of what happens when you choose default weather. So it's just kind of this yellowy color, nothing really special to it except maybe in the west. So yeah, that's why I largely prefer quick drives. And now I have to start looking at the sky. The difference between civil twilight and nautical twilight is when you can no longer see the horizon. Well, I can clearly see the horizon, so we're nowhere near nautical twilight. But we should be able to see some brighter stars now. Might be a bit cloudy. I can't see any right now. Alright, speed's coming up. Going back over to dynamics. Back to Berne. Check out our Mars light and see if it lights everything up red. Oh yeah, it does. Nice. I didn't mention this at the time because I was distracted, but you find it very ominous that I mentioned hearing of a stabbing and then all of a sudden the train just derails, which is kind of the equivalent of, you know, becoming very injured. Wow, it's so dark now I can't read the mileposts once they go by. So 25. Alright, time for the brakes again. There we go. Start bringing this back, and this time I hope to see the view that I missed last time, except it's dark, so of course I can't see it anyway. There's a big valley here. If you make your room really dark or you have a really bright monitor, you might be able to see it, but I have a crystal display, so when it's dark, it's really dark. When it rains in Minecraft and I use shaders and it's night, I can't see a thing. I literally cannot see a thing. I had to place a torch for me to see. Yeah, as things should turn out, I was trying to Google about the stabbing when we lost it. Alright, lost enough speed. It is starting to get dark really fast, I have to say. You know, we might be closer to nautical twilight than I thought. Well, that's extremely disturbing. So, apparently the stabbing was not only fatal, but the suspect is loose and there's now a manhunt. They've suspended all trains going in and out of Union Station, including the Washington Metro Red Line. And it was a Sunday morning of all times. Oh boy. Alright, we're getting very close to the derailment point. Alright, we've made it. Breaking new ground. I think this is the Gaynor Tunnel. Yep. I'm not sure what 14.7 means. Normally that's like a milepost, but there's no milepost here that's 14.7, at least currently. Alright, time for brakes again. So coming up shortly, there will be a mini pass where we basically go between a small, well, I don't want to say a small hill, a sizable hill, through a creek. It's a water cut through Nansen Creek. It's pretty cool. You'll see what I'm talking about. That should be coming up just about the next 2 miles, I believe. So the reason I'm alternating between dynamic braking and air brakes and not just using exclusively the air brake is because I'm trying to minimize air brake usage, as excessive use of the air brakes can lower the recharge of the brake pipe. and basically cause brake fading, which is a very dangerous situation that can lead to runaways. Alright, so we've got yellow over green, which is an advanced approach. Proceed, prepared to pass the next signal, not exceeding 50 miles an hour, and be prepared to enter a diverging route at prescribed speed. Well, the speed limit is very low, so I don't think we're going to need to worry about that for the time being. I just now realized, wow, I'm going to call it Nautical Twilight now. $18.19. Alright, so next stage is astronomical twilight. That's basically when you look around the entire sky and it's just black. Like, if I look straight up, everything looks like this. And is there a moon? No, it looks like there is not a moon tonight. So we're just waiting for the sky to go black. Just for literally insurance reasons, I'm going to save the game every time we reach a point of interest. Oh, we're coming into the Nansen Pass now. So the only way you're going to see is by the headlight lighting up the canyon, but you can see this is Nansen Creek here, and we're coming into a little bit of a valley. The tracks go right through this little pass here. I believe US 2 also uses this pass. Yes, it does. Rainfall has dropped to 60 inches per year. And my dynamic brake has finally caught up. So it looks like for the time being, we're not going to use the air brakes. There'd be a nice view. Actually, there is a little bit of a nice view out to our left, thanks to the headlight. we've lost it again. We're going down too steep a gradient, so air brakes on, dynamic brakes down. And now the reason I need to go slowly back and forth with the dynamics is because the dynamics only work on the engine axles. There's our diverge. And the air brakes work on all axles. So if you adjust the brakes too quickly, you could cause what's called a run out. Or a run in, rather. Ah, yes, and now you can see. It looks like we've leveled out again. Now you can see, because we are using Quickdrive, there's trains again, and we're going to get stuck at Kashmir, like I was hoping to not have happen. But the good news is, the speed limit's going up from here on out. We're going to 45, which is the fastest we've been going since Berne, rather. So that was like 50 miles back. So now, unfortunately, the eastern slope doesn't work the same way as the western slope. You'll have to use power even going down the hill, which is kind of annoying. The good news about being able to go 45 means there's going to be a lot more resistance on the train. And I believe with the load that we have now, our dynamics should be able to keep up from here on out. This is Merritt. Funny, I almost grabbed the brake because I got that sensation. We're going fast. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna go really fast right now. Totally legal. my gosh, houses. Now we're going to go 6 full miles until we get to the next town, which is Winton. And yes, we're back in the zone of towns now. Do a sky check real quick. Very close, but not there yet. And as you can see, I'm against getting all the way up to 45 because, like I said earlier, when you hit a gradient, you've got time to react before you've violated the speed limit. Three more miles to Winton. And the miles are coming much more quickly now because of the higher speed limit, which is nice. Go into setup. This is exactly what I was talking about. So now the rainfall is only 50 inches per year. So it's half the value that it was on the west side. Sky check. Not yet. doing? Very distracted. Now 40 inches of rain per year is what we're looking at here. And very soon, the needle leaf trees will give way to deciduous trees. Here's 35 inches of rain per year, so we're now as dry as when we started, which, you know, is still considerably wet. It's plenty for a forest. It's about as much as the eastern U.S. gets, maybe a little bit less. It's a very long way to the next town, which is Leavenworth, or as people there like to call Icicle. It's about 10 miles away from where we are now, so quite a gap. So now we're going to follow Chumstick Creek. So now the sky that we have now is a lot more realistic, partly cloudy, or rather the one we started with, not the one we have now. Let's check our sky again. Still a little bit of horizon glow. we are now, the ground now receives 30 inches of rainfall per year. Is still plenty for a forest. So a sign for Leavenworth, so I'm moving the dynamics out to out of setup. And Leavenworth is very significant because it signals the end of the steep gradients. We shouldn't have to go up to dynamic 8. And here it is, Icicle, also known as Leavenworth. Amtrak station here, obviously. So with that, I may announce that the yearly rainfall has fallen to 25 inches per year. And now this is where forests start having trouble keeping up. So the beautiful fir trees have been starting to be replaced by this kind of scrub tree, as you can see. Next is Dryden at milepost 1665. Alright, so if you look up on the hill, you'll notice that there's not many trees up there. It's starting to get kind of barren. So right now we're down to about 20 inches per year of precipitation. So what you see in this area generally are orchards. In order to get the land wet enough for orchards, basically you have to irrigate the fields. Now that's easy because you're getting tons of water. You're getting tons of water flowing out of the very, very wet cascades. And then you just take that water and you spread it around, and it makes the land a lot more arable. But you'll notice for the areas that aren't flat and are quite sloped, it's pretty darn bare, and that's because we're now kind of entering prairie borderline steppe for biome. check out the sky. Getting really close. I might take the time down just in case it doesn't get any darker. This might be it. Let's see, 1903. Coming into Dryden now. going back up again. Alright, and I know what's going on here. Getting that divergent clear. Holy cow. We in Kashmir? I think this may have been the train that got us stuck last time. It may have gotten a little bit further up this time, and we might be finding a way around it. So Kashmir is at milepost 1660. Oh my gosh. We did it. We passed that train. I think we should be able to continue all the way to Wenatchee now. And let's see. Being at Kashmir, that means that we're now down to a rainfall annually of 15 inches. Borderline steppe. So I'm guessing what happened was because we started at the portal instead of Mulkiteo, we got the train while it was in the 2-track section instead of the 1-track section. And we got around it. Make sure the sky's not getting any darker. Yeah, it's about what it was 5-10 minutes ago. So let's see, we're at 16:59. And that means our next and final goal, Wenatchee, is in 10 miles. It's kind of funny how the light is on it. If I angle the camera this way, I almost feel like I'm in a cave, and that the angle is a little bit off. I couldn't read that mile marker sign for some reason. So now to our right, it's kind of hard to see because it's so dark, but the Wenatchee River is in the valley. We've been following it basically from Leavenworth. Getting harder and harder to say that it's not astronomical twilight anymore. Five miles to Wenatchee. And it's kind of hard to see, but if you look out into the valley, the terrain is starting to get a little bit more flat. As we're getting very close to the Columbia River Plateau. All right, so on this curve, unfortunately it's kind of hard to tell because the water's so dark, but this is the confluence between the Wenatchee River and the Columbia River. So after this bridge, we'll be alongside the Columbia. Oh man, that's cool. That's something I've never seen in a train simulator. Got lighted radio towers. Okay, and this track coming alongside follows the Columbia River up. So to our left now is the Columbia River itself. And we've now completed our aridification, if you will. The average rainfall totals in 1 year in this part of Washington are 10 inches per year or less. Which is well in the steppe territory. And I think it's really cool how you can just go from like very rainforest, because you only need about 70 inches to be considered a rainforest, but we got almost twice that in one area at 120. So we went from very rainforest to almost borderline desert. And if we could go another 10 miles, we'd be borderline desert. Well, this worked out really well despite the derailment. It's actually kind of funny. The only thing that I wish is that if I had saved more often, hopefully I would have been able to avoid whatever glitch caused the derailment. And then I'd know I'd have a stable scenario that goes all the way to the end. But doing it this way ended up working out for us, which I'm actually surprised. Now, I was hoping to get time to like actually stop and talk, but because this is a quick drive, it's going to end the scenario within seconds of reaching the stopping point. he was going somewhere in a hurry. Notch 8, Wenatchee? Jeez. Okay, now this pedestrian bridge connects basically neighborhoods on the north and south side of the tracks. And very soon, yes, I see it coming into view, the apples and pears of Cascadian produce, I believe it's called. Yep. And very shortly, I'm going to start using the air brakes to stop for our final destination. We're basically here. And there it is. To assist with the stopping at this point, I'm going to turn on the display so I know when to stop. That is it. And just for good measure, mission complete.